Hello, people. What is going on? I changed a bunch of operators a while back, and I didn't update these numbers. So its rotate is 77 and 78. I wanted them to be closer together. Okay. So it's like that. I should actually clean this up. I should actually clean this up. All I'm doing right now is, okay, so this file is all the things that you interface with to do metaprogram stuff, or maybe not all the things, but some of the things. And this is an external API, which means it's supposed to be stable over time, except because we're early in the compiler and there's not that many users who depend on these values staying the same. I feel free to change some of them sometimes. But like once we go into full release, this stuff can be locked down. And so there is translation from the compiler values to these values for some things. However, in this case, like because it's not locked down yet, and because there's a lot of these, I'm just like, whatever, it's the same number internally as externally. So I'm just kind of mirroring this information from inside the compiler to outside. I do think it's a good idea. So right now, this token is used for pointer dereference and left shift. And right now that makes it all the way into the syntax tree, which honestly you probably shouldn't. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change these values. I'm going to check it in, make sure everything works, and then I'm going to split these from each other. So even though they're the same token lexically, by this time it gets into the syntax tree, we should have decided which one it is and can assign the appropriate thing. These aren't new operators. I added these some months ago, like probably in January or maybe February, but didn't correctly export the information, I think, is the shortest explanation of that. All right. And so I had a report from a beta user that was like, hey, you didn't do this. Yeah, so where's rotate left and right? Rotate left, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. You know what? I'm going to move these up there in the actual compiler. Because like if we lock these, like, because these things are, like this one you're never going to see. These are like actually lexical tokens, right? So these are things you're never really going to see. Actually, you might see this one. But this one you won't. And so let me put these next to the other things that are like it, right? Like that. And actually, honestly, these should actually be frickin' up here. And let's actually give space. Because honestly, before we do let's start the assignments at like 290. Because if we want to add some space for like, for things to grow in here, I mean, honestly, there should be some space in here. We'll deal with it at some point. Okay, so shift left equals is 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. Okay. So that's pretty good. Why don't I put the spacing here as well? Okay, so I haven't put rotate left here yet. Okay, so something like that, right? Oh, goody. Token rotate. Oh, I put the commas in. I put the commas in. What is S32? It's signed 32-bit integer. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Do you have to give each one a value? It's a good idea. Okay, look. Because I'm locking these values down in terms of if they change here, they need to change here or else everybody's program breaks, right? In that case, you don't want to use this feature in C of letting values implicitly change. Because then if I insert one, the fuck up here, it'll change everything down here. And then all this is wrong and keeping them in sync is hard, okay? So things that are exported, we tend to give explicit numbers. That's just good practice. That's just how to make your life reasonable. You know, like there's just some things that you learn. Just because a feature is there does not mean that you should use it. Many programming language features are actually bad. String interpolation, to give another example, is pretty bad. Okay. I might turn camera on in a little bit. It's just sometimes it's actually a little bit more relaxing for me to have the camera off. I don't know why. It's not like I'm trying to be a fabulous male model or anything. But I don't know. Like, it feels more chill. Oh! Undeclared identifier. Wait, what? What? How did that happen? Bitwise or equals. It's right there, bro. Oh, logical XOR. Sometimes, actually, somebody filed a bug related to this, but sometimes the highlighting is off. I think when we do without color. So like that's a thing maybe to visit today. Like it says it's here, but it's actually over here. Like what? Okay. Um, Logical XOR. Did I delete that somehow? Logical XOR. Um, did we get... Oh, there is no logical XOR. It's bitwise XOR. Right? Oh, bitwise XOR. Okay, this is just an error. Yeah, there is no logical XOR operator right now. I thought about putting one in. Yeah, it would be up here. I thought about putting one in, and it was like, well, it's a very rarely used thing. Oh, this is the... No, it's the right compiler. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it feels more relaxing without the camera, but it just does. How many bug reports are there in your bug tracker? You are being very presumptuous in assuming that I have a bug tracker. I do not. Eventually, we'll probably have one. For now, it's just like I look at the emails that come in and fix the bugs. I'm considering leaving XOR out. C and C++ don't have logical XOR, and they do fine. Like, I'm sure like Ada or something has logical XOR. They have it's not equal. No, not equal is not logical XOR, bro. Unless you cast a bool first. To be an actual logical XOR, it would have to work on arbitrary truth values of different types, the way and or do. Right? The operands of logical and in C can be of different types. It just tests the truth value against each other. Ada has logical XOR. Yeah, okay. I'm not surprised. What kind of stuff do I put in the version control logs that don't go in the change log? Nothing. It's just the version control logs are spammy because we have continuous integration and stuff. And so I don't just want to I want to export high quality information to the people, right? So like some of these are one-liners, but like this is a whole explanation of something that happened, right? So like dumping your version control log as your change log is kind of shitty, right? It's like auto documentation and telling people that that's actually documentation. It's not good. Okay. So what did I say? I said I was going to do that. Oh, and then I was going to go clean this thing up. So in the Lexer, let's actually let's make this token shift left. And then this thing, okay. This is not actually generated by the Lexer, it's disambiguated by the parser when we decide the operator is unary or binary. Okay. Because we don't want to tie these together because syntax may change. And if you're making a meta program that submits operators, we don't want you to have to use this weird idea all the time. So I'm just going to put this down here where nobody cares. And then the parser will actually pick one or the other. So now we have shift left, and now we want pointer dereference. I really should remap all of these, but yeah. It takes more CPU time to do that when you're exporting data, so. I just call it pointer dereference. Let's make that 310. Okay, so I'm going to reflect these in compiler. Shift left we already have. Okay. So this is going to break the compiler everywhere that it uses the thing. Oh, actually, let me change the name of this. So again, this is one of the secret arcane programming tricks of the masters that, like, honestly, it took me a while to figure out. Like, I didn't know this when I was in college. You don't do what I just did because a bunch of stuff in the program uses the old value, and now I have to audit for everything and change it, and I might miss some. Whereas, if I just do the following, now everything in the program is now broken. And the compiler audits for me, because this isn't a crappy language like JavaScript or Python, and tells me what all the problems are. And now all I have to do is fix the compile errors. And then I won't have mysterious problems lurking in my program, right? And this is one of the chief techniques if you want to, like, not be afraid of refactoring, right? Because if you don't do this, you could sort of refactor and miss some things, and then there are bugs creeping around that you won't find for a while. Whereas this way, that doesn't happen. And so again, all these like test-driven development people who say test-driven development is how you can be not afraid of refactoring. It's like, no, dude, first use a better programming language. Then you probably won't be afraid of refactoring to begin with, especially if you do very simple things like this. Okay. Gem of Wisdom was dropped by Casey already. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before too, but it is really worth pointing out because look, some advice about how to program is really abstruse and complicated. It's like you have to put the singleton eigenfunctors factorialized such that blah, 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 right? So that the Pauli exclusion principle will make sure your objects are aligned. And it's like, no. Look, some things are tremendously effective and also super easy to understand and super easy to do. And this is one of them. This is one of them. When to remove new? After you're done. I probably won't remove it, but you could just do the whole conversion and then change the name back. I'll probably leave the name. So one reason you might want to leave the name different is maybe if there's a lot of people working on the compiler, some other people might be modifying the old logic at the same time as I check this in, and they might have their change pending sitting on the side and check it in later, right? So then if you change the name back to the old name, you could have a similar problem that way. So just leave it a different name. I mean, new is weird, right? Because eventually it's not really new. Okay, so here, we don't even want the, okay, so let's not be mindless about this. Let's go from the front end of the compiler toward the back. Let's see this one. So this is a thing that converts operator to string that's used everywhere. Let me go to Emacs because I can't stand this stupid ass editor. Okay, so here we just want to say, actually, let's leave three things. We want to make sure that nobody ever gives us this. Okay, we don't ever want to see that. Because anyone that calls this function should be either pointer dereference, is that what we called it? Right, didn't I? Pointer dereference or shift left, right? Okay. Pointer dereference. By the way, did I check in the other stuff? I should have. Nope. Oh well, we'll just keep going. So pointer dereference is this, and shift left is this. All right. Now, we could put these in the same order. It's probably not. Pointer dereference is. These are not really in the same order. Okay. We're not gonna try to reorder all this right now. Pick your battles. So shift left is right by shift right, so that's fine. Okay, so that's one of them. Well, it should go away now. There we go. It's gone. So now Lexer, the Lexer is supposed to generate the new thing. So that's fine. Because it just sees the token. It doesn't know what this text means. It just sees this text and outputs the thing. It's the parser's job to turn that thing into one or the other. So when you see a token, yeah, in this case, we actually see this from the Lexer. So we say yes. Here, these are fine. These are fine to use new. Okay. Compile that again. Now we have fewer problems. Down here. Okay. Actually, we're going to need to add a little bit more. So here's our binary operator parsing. And we're just going to add an if statement. And, you know, it's a little bit messy, but that's programming sometimes. So if it's a binary operator, this is just where we remap it. There we go. So by the time we get down here, it's just shift. So there we go. And then we need to do this for unary as well. If we wanted to cut down the number of if statements, we could have this like return the operator or 0, right, instead of a bool. But that's like a different cleanup. Oh, dang it. Our operator to string actually does want to call this regardless of which. So the assert that I did there is not correct. Let's go back there in a second. First, okay. Does this have the word pointer here? Something like that. Okay. Yeah, that's in a different file. We haven't got there yet. Here. Operator tie. All right. I forgot the word pointer. Okay, so now I want to go back to interp. Actually, I did this same thing. So I want to go back there. And I'm going to leave a comment. The parser calls this routine for both unary and binary. So we need to handle it. I did double return here too. That's weird. Okay, so this is a thing where if we change the grammar of the language so that these don't use the same token anymore, we would just change this down here. Like basically, if we change the grammar of the language, then everything that's token shift left or token dereference can stay what it was, except maybe changing the string, right? But then everything that uses this here needs to get changed, right? Okay. Now let's put a little marker here. Need string for fake for calling it ambiguous is not quite right. But I'll do that. I don't have a better idea for what that's called. Yeah. Okay. So the point is we call this for unary or binary operator. Token. Okay. Token. Great. Okay. So everything else we see should be back-endish. So if I go into tree changer, this is shift left. Whoops. This is pointer dereference. All right. Bytecode builder. It looks like binary operator stuff. Yeah. So that's just shift left. 3589 is unary, is pointer dereference. Right, so the rest of the compiler, everything in the back end gets cleaner. This is unary operator. Okay. And then typer. This is unary operator. This is binary. Look how much cleaner this gets, guys and gals. Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. My brain paused. It is obviously binary. Yeah. Yep. And you know what? We can collapse these to here. Okay. So who knows if I messed something up? Might have. Read declaration. Oh, that's in the user level file. What did we do? I guess I had this. Oh, I see. Right. I forgot to delete that one. All right. Well, we just built the whole Sokoban game. First time it compiled. And it's going to run fine. And that involves a complicated meta program that does all this stuff and whatever. So GG's. You don't have to be afraid of refactoring is the point. Like, that was a lot of steps. We could have gotten stuff wrong there, but that's what is good about statically type-checked programming languages is they help us tremendously. Like, look at how many steps I did there. I just, every time the compiler told me something was wrong, I just changed it. And now it works. Of course, that doesn't mean I didn't screw anything up. That's why we have the tests. Like, it's possible that I changed one of the unary ones to the binary one accidentally or something. So we need to run tests. Yeah, there's still no minus minus or plus plus. I think about putting them in once in a while, but yeah. Okay, so what did we do there? We said split. Oh, well, it's not called, whoops. It's not called pointer, token, whatever. I really just want to tell the users about the external part of this. I bet one or two of the tests, before we go look, we have a program print module that probably used all these old names to print operators that probably won't compile correctly. That's a user level program. Let's go see if that happened though. Nope. I guess that means program print doesn't do everything. Just take a look. Append operator. Operator to string. Where is operator to string? Oh, that's in compile. Oh, it's here. It calls this. So it actually is handled. Except we didn't put shift left here. So it's going to have a runtime error if we don't do this. In fact, we don't have any of the new operators in here, guys. So that's like a whole thing. And it's because none of our, like program print, we don't really run our program print module through end-to-end tests because it's not quite robust enough to do that yet. And the programming language is changing rapidly enough that yeah. But because we don't do that means that stuff like this crops up. So when I was feeling all smarty pants about updating all these numbers, I didn't think about making sure that they're all down here. Okay. Let's put the spacing. Oh, no. Emacs. Okay, we're not going to put the spacing. So we want logical and equals and logical or equals. I guess we'll do it here. And saying equals, that's kind of informal and weird. Like, I think we maybe want to say assign or something. Okay, so that's there, that's there. Pointer dereference. Array subscript is not really handled here because that's just... Okay, shift left, shift right. Okay. Shift left equals and rotate equals, right? Okay. Bitwise, logical, and yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I'll paste some changelog into the other thing. Commit, bam, and that. Are there any questions about what we just did? I'm going to warm up some tea water. Boil some water. Any questions? Any questions? Could the OptiString use a complete? Not really, because you actually don't want to call it for array subscript. So that's an interesting question of how to handle that. Maybe we just explicitly return, yeah, you know, we could do this. Actually, no, this is fine, because if you're printing out syntax of something, if you're printing out a programming language, then you should know when to call this and when not. So like returning this string for array subscript, even though it's not actually what you parse exactly, because there's things that go in there, that actually might be fine, right? Okay. So since we compile, it means that I think there isn't anything missing here. Build systems will still be needed. Yeah, no, they won't. Will you re-implement building, installing, packaging, and other config for every okay, so first of all, you're making a lot of assumptions about how sucky software development has to be. Secondly, it's called a fucking function that you call, just like everything else. Like, why does all this stuff have to be like separate tools installed on your operating system that all go out of date and shit? Like, those separate tools, they're just running code. That code is just functions. Why don't you just call those functions yourself and do them? Like, there's nothing, we don't have to make these things as hard as they're being made, you know? That's all. Someone has to re-implement all of what? Why is there so much? Why are you presuming it's so complicated? Like, look, okay, let me put it this way. If you go into things with the presumption everything has to be as complicated as we already have it, and you have to do all those things, then you never can improve anything. So part of the thesis is that there's a better way to do it, which is compile time execution. But part of the thesis is a lot of that shit is fucking stupid and you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't descend to that level, right? And so we're trying to make a little bit of course, you have to do some of it. like in order to run on another operating system, right? But you should find it distasteful and you should find a way to avoid it to the greatest extent possible. Because otherwise we just can't ever improve anything. Maybe we should show the build system file to prove the point. It doesn't quite prove the point because we only build Sokoban right now on Windows. We sort of, yeah, we don't really have it ported to other platforms right now. And that's not because of the programming language. It's just because of the game. Like when you're working on a game, especially with a small team, it's way easier to just focus on one platform, right? But there's nothing in the build program that isn't in principle portable. It's just like, well, you know, we only render on Windows right now and all these things. Like there's way bigger portability issues in the game than there are in the build process. There was a Nature paper about people like to add things and don't think about removing things. Yes, that is a very good paper to refer to. I actually saw that, but I didn't think about writing it down and referring people to it. Imagine if you have this little bias toward adding things and not removing things, even when removing things would be better, and you do that over and over again for 50 years. What do you end up with? And does it look like what we have today? Why is Linux so many lines of code? Because so many people are working on it. You know, it's like if you're a company and you grow to a certain size and then you're like, oh, we need lawyers. So you hire lawyers and you think that that's not going to change anything. And it's like, actually, the lawyers will find people to sue because that's what they do, right? Programmers are going to type code. So if you have more people contributing, they're going to type more code and then you're going to need more programmers. Like that's just what happens. If I want to make an operating system, would I start on mobile or desktop? I would start on a very fixed hardware desktop platform where it doesn't support every random device in the universe. And possibly leave it that way. Because honestly, someone has to reinstate sanity somehow. Raspberry Pi, no, that's probably too underpowered. Like you want it to be something you could use for real work. Like it needs to be something that I can make video games on. Risk V, I don't know. Like, does anyone use Risk V? Does anyone care about Risk V? Maybe. I don't know anything about it, honestly. So I'm not dissing Risk V. I'm just saying, you know, besides universities, writing PhD theses does anyone use it yet? Can a default case in a complete switch do anything? Yes, of course it can. Think about it. Think about it. Use your imagination brain. Okay. Well, I have now a moral choice to make, like in BioShock. I have these bugs that I kind of want to do, some of which are hard. I also have new bugs reported by the people, which might be easy, some of which might be hard. And maybe I'll just do the new bugs because I'm kind of feeling sluggish this week. I need a vacation, I guess. So maybe I'll just do easy ones. Easy ones. Let's see. Okay. Let me actually reply to the person who reported the operator one. This is fixed in the next beta. Okay, great. I'm also telling this beta user about the options that we put on for controlling command line stuff. Okay. Circular dependencies error. Okay, those could be painful. We'll wait on that. This one, I don't know. I kind of don't want to do anything right now. I don't know, guys. I fucking need to go get a massage every day on a tropical beach. That's what I need. While drinking, what's a good drink? Iced tea. Real good iced teas. But I can't do that right now. I've got too much work to do. All right. You know what? I think I addressed the easy ones. So like the things from the people are mostly annoying. We could look at this one. Design a level. Yeah, well, I also want to do level design. I have some level design ideas that have been sitting around for like a month that I've wanted to do that I thought would be a fun stream. Maybe we do that tonight. Maybe after Bugsnax stream, I take a break and then we do level design stream. That could be fun. Do I plan to write a book for the language later? I don't know. We'll see. It's a little too early to think about that. Little too early. You missed level design stream. Yeah, I haven't done any actual game design in probably like 2 months. And I miss it. I would like to do some more. Well, I already have to do the how to write a compiler book that is already in progress, as some people know who saw the stream. Okay. Let's investigate this one report. The other ones from some of the people are maybe, we'll investigate all of them. And if they seem hard, we just won't do them right now. Okay. So this one is pretty simple. It's saying like, hey, if we have a module and this thing is in module scope, but you import it this way, you can see what's in module scope, which you're probably not supposed to be able to. When you do this, you're supposed to see export scope. Oof. I think export scope kind of doesn't exist right now, so I don't want to fix this. The problem is I think I changed something a while back. I think I changed something a while back such that what a pain. Yeah, this is a thing that it's not rocket science to fix this. So the deal is there's just a module scope, and then if things are supposed to get exported, when they get declared in the module scope, they get linked out, right? So now there's problems with this. So like I could change identifier lookup to say, oh, if you're reaching in that module from outside, don't see that declaration if it's not exported. The problem is, what if it's a frickin' function overload, and some overloads are in module scope and some are in export scope? They'll all be together in module scope because that's only one scope, but then we would have to split it up and it would add all this complexity. Like, that's kind of stupid. So I think the real fix is to make a separate export scope. The problem with that, I mean, the reason I didn't want to do that, that's actually the way it used to be. And the reason I didn't want to do that is it's slower to like put all these things in a separate frickin' scope. Because you make copies of all the declarations and stuff. And I tend to lean toward faster, but it's the right thing. However, I just don't want to do that right now. It's a lot of work for little benefit for the users because almost nobody cares about this right now. I'd rather fix bugs that are in people's way. So I'm not going to do that one right now. Are modules still due to be reworked? This part of modules that we're talking about, I mean, obviously that piece needs a rework, but the thing that still needs to be reworked is like how it loads them off disk. But that's, that's a subset of the module thing, right? It's not like modules globally need reworking. It's like there's a couple pieces. How do I stay so focused when there's so many distractions in 2020? Are there distractions in 2021? I feel like there's one distraction called the internet. I mean, most people are still too afraid to go outside, and or it's not legal to do anything because we live in a fascist state now. So whatever. Whatever. Okay. Am I saying California? I don't know. I just haven't put in enough effort to figure out. Like, I need to get a new accountant and talk to the accountant about what is right to do. And I hate doing that kind of a thing. So, yeah. You had an illegal party today? Well, you should, honestly. Because it's absurd right now. Like, it's so crazy. It's like politics at its worst. Fascist state. What? I mean, you think that's a joke? What do you call it when people won't let you operate your business or meet other people? Or like, what is that? It's funny because it's true. Yeah. All right. So like export scope, close export scope. There already is that in this language. You don't see it here in this example, but there is that. Okay. Yes, module scope access. We're going to table that one for later. Let's look at circular dependencies error. Sometimes these are easy, sometimes they're hard. This one might be easy. I'm going to hope so. Okay. So this is something where this isn't working, having to do with the bake somehow. Maybe it actually got fixed because I did change some things related to this, but maybe not. Nope. Let's see if we get an assertion out of the debug compiler. We do. So we're expecting, so this line 11,999, that's in check that types match. So we're checking a type against another type. And we're claiming that that type should have been fully inferred, and it's not, and that's confusing us. So let's look at that. Again, that might be easy. It might be horrific to try to deal with. And math is hard. Let's go shopping, right? Oh, wait, we can't. All the stores are closed still. Difference between load and import is this load, copy, paste the file. That's not really the only difference. Like load does load a new file every time, yes, and there's no deduplication between the loads. Does the string thing? No, the string tilde S32 means this is a string, but the length and the pointer fields are S32 size, which means the pointer is a relative pointer. So this string could really only point to other things on the stack, right? Like the data field has to be stored on the stack as well, pretty much. So why would you do that? Well, it's smaller than a default string. It's half the size. And well, the actual overhead part, the bytes in the string are the same size, right? But the count and data fields will be smaller. And then also, if this was packed with some other stuff, you could just serialize it and it would just work. Okay, so somehow this assertion goes off. This is in... Wait, it's not in check the types match. Okay. It's after that. It's in infer types for declaration, which I didn't realize is at the bottom of the file. Okay, so somehow we got here. We're not supposed to get here unless our expression is inferred. So WTF happened there. Let's see. So this flattened within is like, it's an array of stuff that needs to be handled before you can do the next things, right? It's like flattened out in dependency order. And this should be less. It is. So this really should have a type in order for us to get on to number 5 here. So somehow I think the code for type instantiation is just has a bug such that it's exiting without setting a type. Maybe we set value and not type, which would be a really trivial problem. Pointer modifier value. Yeah. Okay, this is trivial, actually. So we just have to find where this gets handled. It's getting handled correctly because this is the actual type that we generated. It's like a string with like a relative pointer type and stuff. All that we have to do though is set the type field on this thing to type, which is how we know that it's been processed. We didn't do that, and so the rest of the compiler doesn't know it's been processed when actually it has. So this is the kind of bug I like. I mean, I'd prefer there to be no bug, but I like this kind because it's easy. There's no like structural problem. It's just an oopsie, right? When things are just an oopsie, it's not too hard. Hold on, wrong file. Here we go. We're going to say, I want to know what we do when we see this one. Okay, type valued expression. Yep. Yep. We have basically type valued expression just means like, hey, we had to parse like something like an operator expression, right? Which is what it was, right? It's the, oh, it's not. Wait, what? I expected to see string tilde S32, which is weird. String. Okay, so this is like, maybe we only do a sub expression and then we do the tilde higher up. I don't know. Or maybe this is the problem, actually. Oh no, because we parse the modifier separately, I guess. Dude, I don't know. Anyway, here we go. We have the S32 correctly. Yeah, so we're doing all this stuff here and then returning. And we're just not, see, we're setting the type on the result, but we're not setting it on the inst. So we just have to do that here, I believe. Yep. GG's. And the reason why we had to do that is just that that's how, so we have this general architecture where sometimes you try to figure out the type of something and you can't do it yet because there's not enough information available. And so the way that we know whether or not we can proceed past that or not is whether the type has been set. And so let's make sure we didn't break anything. Whoops, with the debug compiler, just so we can see asserts. Whoops. What is happening? I'm accidentally closing everything. I'm accidentally clicking on all the wrong... Guys, my brain is tired. I need brain chemicals. Okay. I will reply to this person and say, fixed in the next beta. People like to hear that, I think. And then we'll go here and we'll say, boy, don't you wish your favorite open source project turned around bug fixes in like 2 or 3 days? Usually, some of them I don't, but a lot of them do. Okay. Fixed. Incorrect circular dependencies errors that could happen when using relative pointer types. That's fine. All right. That's good. So we have delivered, well, we haven't delivered it yet. We will deliver it tonight, probably. Value to the people. Just making sure everything works. Test is a Windows app. It's also a Unix command line program that's installed by default. Last stream convinced you not to get Satisfactory. I mean, it's kind of fun for a little while, but like, man, I was really burned out on it at the end. Like, Test in Unix is one of these stupid programs that only exists so you can write crappy shell scripts. And the Unix philosophy said they wanted to make it a program. Why? I don't know. Okay. That's great. Boom. So this is already enough to ship the beta to people. But we'll try to do more. Like, this is a problem that I should definitely fix before shipping it, but it's already in the current beta. So like, you know, it's already in 56, I mean. So it's just a question of whether we fix that one or not, which we will. So maybe I start doing these now. Let's at least look. Let's look at this one. Seems like it's going to be harder. This one's important. Let's try to repro this one. All right. This is the compiler infinite looping. Oh, there's already a repro folder. Okay. Usually when the compiler is infinite looping, it's like it thinks it's making progress on some work, and it's not. And so that could either be a giant pain in the ass to track down, or it could be easy. Who knows? Okay, so this is this one. And then we have another file in here. And then we'll make a temporary module. You know what? I think we might actually be shipping out these garbage modules that I make for tests to the beta users. I don't actually know. I think we are. So I should go clean them up. Yeah, like the shell script running test.exe is so tremendously slower than just having something built into the shell. It's amazing. Okay. Without that, without what? I don't know. Let's just try compiling this. Okay. It doesn't like that we're trying to build and a struct is not ready for some reason. Let's see what happens with the release compiler. It crashes. What? All right. Well, that's different from what was happening, but that might be due to changes between the betas. So anyway, we definitely should investigate this. WTF. Now we have all sorts of bogus breakpoints. Okay, get alignment. It's -1. No surprise. No surprise. Define type is -1. No surprise. How about the queued? Pipe size. Well, yes. So why are we trying to do something when the struct hasn't been sized yet? Tell me that. Tell me that. Any new build for delicious asteroids? You mean juicy asteroids? And I haven't looked. Like, there's a Steam key that I have, and probably just the Steam build gets updated once in a while. I'm just sort of waiting for a bunch of changes to accumulate. What is a concurrency model? The concurrency model is that you have a computer that likely contains multiple processor cores that are able to run code concurrently. Okay, so where are we? We're emitting a declaration. Line 4. So it's mod.makeS we're trying to call this. And S is like not even polymorphic or anything. I guess it's that there's a struct inside the struct, and that isn't done for some reason. Why? Okay. Normally, when you need, there's this idea of what structs have to be sized in order for you to compile this function. And maybe we're not, like when you're going to return a struct, you need to know how big it is, because like, you know, that's how you know how much memory to copy out and stuff. So we just might not be saying when we return something that we need to know that size. Or actually, like I bet if I do this, like even if it's uninitialized, it probably fixes it. Whoops. We have to say mod dot. No, it didn't. Interesting. Does that change it? No. Interesting. I assumed it was something about declarations. What about this? Okay, so just declaring a variable of this type is enough to hose us. That doesn't seem good. Satisfactory does not have blueprints as far as I know. A VTuber persona, is that like when you have the anime character that's attached to the computer vision system that doesn't fucking work? And it tries to do your body motions, but it doesn't work? Okay. Okay. This really concerns me because I would have thought that something like this, yeah, okay. This is a little bit disturbing. Any type that ever occurred at expression level in the target procedure is caught. So, we ought to already be seeing this. So the fact that that's not working, I kind of wonder what is going on. Is it on the queued? There's some array of like, here's what we need in order to build. Types we need size to build. It is 0. Why is it 0? Why did nothing ever happen there? That is weird. Like we're supposed to call that here. Okay, so it's still happening, right? Yeah. So what happens here? Line 11772 when, shoot, you know what? Problem is I have changed the, okay, let's run this again just with the current file because the serial numbers are going to be different and stuff because I changed the file. Okay. Anyway, this queued has a QS of this. So we're going to go to 11772. Conditions queued QS is equal to, whoops. Oh, no, that's right. Okay. So Does it work with everything in one file? Probably. But that's incidental, right? Like sometimes things accidentally work because you don't stress them as hard as they could be, right? This is a really weird one though. Like I kind of don't get it. So there's no outer. Oh, this is the module struct. Okay. So that's not going to be the one. Wait, what? Squeeze me? Bro, this is what happens when you put... If you want to succeed in the games industry, do not put return instead of continue, which, by the way, is a bug that I do make sometimes. It is one of my more common bugs if you're going to group them together. Because like you make something a function and then you make it not a function or whatever, or you paste something. Yeah. All right. I lost my other shell. Okay, reply fixed in the next beta. Okay. We're going to say fixed compilation errors that could happen when using structs defined inside modules. Yeah, I am actually kind of amazed that we didn't see that one. So it was basically the mod dot whatever was causing us to skip everything else in the function, actually. So like anything else in the function after this that needed to be sized, whether it was in that module or not, we would just skip. So oops. Let's make sure the game runs. We are delivering value to the people, though. Unlike Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who only wants to move value from some people to other people, we are creating value and giving it to the people. Not all the people, because it's closed beta, but approximately 84 people, 86 people. Some two-digit number of people. Okay. That's great. Okay, I think I'm going to look at these now. And again, I'm like feeling kind of slow today, so we're going to... Are there any questions about the stuff that I just did? Let's take a little short chat break before moving on. Maybe we'll do this one. Let's do the message exporter warning, because that one's been around for a long ass time. You got into a 6-hour long programming flow. That is good. Those are very good when you want to get things done. Yes, very good. You actually understand why you should do a continue and not a return. Yes. Yes. Typically, if you actually want to do what's in the function, you don't return from the function. You know, that's like something they don't really teach you in school, but it's the case. If you want to run the function, do not return from the function. It's going to be a big commit. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. That's how it is sometimes. Learning about abstract syntax right now with Haskell. I mean, you could do that. I would sort of recommend not doing that, but okay. And do I think I could prevent this was a function previously and there's a return instead of a continue errors by language design? I don't know. I mean, a lot of the time that error is covered because like if you need to return a value and you didn't, then it's like, oh, hey, you didn't return a value. And then if you look and say, wait, what value should I return? You would probably notice that you shouldn't be returning there. So this really only happens in functions that don't return any values. I don't know. Like, again, I kind of like sometimes things like that come up and you're like, hey, what should I do to design a language so this isn't a problem? But like, I think there's much bigger gains to be had by pushing forward. So just like having better program analysis to give people, having better program visualization to give people, even if it never addresses that particular bug, if you address a lot of the other problems people have, if you help them understand their program better globally, then the total amount of progress they make per hour of work will be a lot higher, right? That's kind of what I'm working on. So I try not to get too bogged down in very specific bugs sometimes because I'm like, well, actually, I don't have a good answer for that one. But I do have things that I want to do that are much bigger that we need to get to. How do you test a compiler? You have test cases, just like with anything. Compiler is just a regular program. Returning and continuing in the same loop is kind of fishy. Not always, no, because a lot of the times you want to early out from a loop. So like you might be, there's lots of instances of this in the compiler where you're iterating over some array of things and you're trying to find the right one. Once you've found the right one, you want to exit the function because there can't be another one, right? So like, I wouldn't say that that's an indicator of fishiness necessarily. In some cases it might be, but not like the problem is if you start introducing code checking tools that have a lot of false positives for a lot of people, then people get in the culture of ignoring the false positives. And that doesn't help anyone either. That's right. A compiler is just like a straight wedding. That is exactly right. Anyone else have questions about what we did? Nobody in industry returns in the middle of a function. That's a funny one. That is a funny one. La 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 la. Thought on a different keyword for exiting early from a function. Yeah. I mean, if you're exiting early and you have to return a value, what's the difference? Like, you're just sort of making people type. Yeah, I feel sad for some of the teachers some of y'all have had, but I'm also not surprised. Not surprised. Okay. So this warning comes up for most things, and I don't actually know if it's actually warning of a problem or not. What it's sort of saying is like, hey, the message exporter maybe didn't finish handling everything. But like, maybe it did. I don't know. Let's go look. So assert all messages are flushed. So this is saying, okay, so we have some, okay, deferred exports is empty. See, okay, this is wrong though. This is wrong. Because this is like the global async actions running. Like, how do we know that that actually belongs to message exporter? We do not know that. So I think maybe we could make this a debug mode check and check this value. Because I think this may not actually be a problem, right? So we're doing atomic add with 0, which is just basically says read the value. And I bet the problem actually goes away. Yeah. So that async actions running can mean more like, hey, there's stuff waiting to be imported that we've ignored or something, or not imported in this case, but I mean, there's other things that set async actions running, like the number of parse jobs and stuff. Okay, let's change this message. So this one is specifically about the message exporter. The problem with checking async actions running is it's not exclusive to this, but we can check async actions running way back elsewhere. The question is, are we calling this too soon, or is there really a problem with async actions running, right? Okay, message exporter still has yeah. Anyway, so when does this get called? Assert all messages are flushed. Oh, like, yeah, we don't. Who the fuck knows? What we should do async actions running is not the right thing to check, but I think we have something about whether messages are done. Like what we really want to know is but I think we already do that. Like, this async action is finished is going to be messing with that variable, but like other people mess with it too, is all I'm saying. So if it's, what we still have to determine is that variable incorrect? And if so, whose fault is it? Or is it that there's still something running at this point, but that's fine. So one thing we could do is, where was this thing? Oh, I'm yawning. Man. We can go into pump and we could say, we can just debug print some stuff. I think I defined atomic read, but atomic add, we're just going to do this. So that's probably one a lot of the time still. Whoops. What? What are we printing? It thinks that's a procedure. What is going on? It says S32. Oh, because I said percent. Wrong programming language, everybody. All right, so see, even there, that's pretty weird. Where was, so up here, let's call this point A, we'll call this point B. Yeah, okay, so like, I'm not even going to relabel them. So it's often 0 for all of them. It's sometimes 1 for the first one, right? And then in the middle of this, it stops. So like, that is literally just someone else stopping. So what we really want to do is like, The problem is just moving this thing down is not a solution, right? Because like if there's not a sync, like you need to synchronize with anyone exiting who's going to decrement that. Okay, let's go back to the actual thing. Okay, what this was originally intended to solve was that there was some uncertainty about, hey, we send messages to your meta program. Those messages float around. You could do stuff with them. You call us back later. Until you call us back, signaling that you have finished handling those messages, we're not supposed to finish compilation because we don't know what you're going to do. You might add more code or something, right? So what we really want to do is ensure that when we exit, we have received everything. And this ensure all messages are flushed is only really checking part of that. So it's sort of a red herring, actually. If we don't feel like we need to sync on that other variable, or I'm sure we do because we wait for all threads to complete before we exit. Anyway, well, I'm not sure we do. There could be a bug, but what we really want to do is make sure that all messages have been received. And I guess the way that I'm thinking of to do that is to go look at the thing that checks that all messages have been received. Which maybe there isn't. I don't think that's handled here. Hold on. So here we reduce async actions, right? And also our own counter. But this thing will then cause some messages to be out, right? This pass to interceptors, which will increment something else. Right. Okay. So the complete message we don't wait for, which is why we don't increment this in that case. But otherwise we do. We say, hey, we're waiting for this message to get responded to. So this is actually what we want to assert on in the other thing. All right. I'm just going to put that in message exporter. We're just going to say so this also is a debug variable that should go in here. We're going to say interp still has debug async counter messages. That, yes. How many messages? The debug async counter is just like, it's kind of a spam name prefix. It just means like, look, in debugging mode, how many asynchronous things are there that we're counting? Oh, what kind of thing? Well, messages. Well, export batches, right? Sort of a prefix notation, if you will. Oops. Oh, come on, bro. Okay. Value redefinition. Right. I meant to not do this, and then I did. Still has one debug async counter messages. That's actually not good. So that is what we don't want to do. Because that means that not everything has been received. Which is weird. Why are we exiting? Why are we exiting while there's still a message out? What exactly is that last message? Well, it's the next to last message because the last message is complete. So what I think is going on is I think it's just a race condition, honestly. And it may just be a race condition in the debug info. I think that we do somehow know that all the messages have been received because like the queue is empty. And it's just that code doesn't then decrement that counter until after, right? Let's see. Although we do keep this thing locked for theoretically, if everything works, we do keep this thing locked while all this is happening. So, oh wait, that's the workspace mutex, not the phase mutex. Okay. Here's my question. If I grab this mutex, which serializing this more does not thrill me, but if I hold this mutex for a second, does it fix the race? Or is it a race that is fixed, right? So what if I do this? Didn't fix anything. Okay. Interesting. Okay, it's called OS sleep. It's a problem when you have different things called different things in all the projects. Okay, see now it mysteriously never happens. So why is that? It must be because we're getting here before that other thing, right? So here's what I could do is I feel like we're just doing this whole thing later. So is that the only... That's a read. That's an increment. Okay. Does our atomic decrement return the value? Return new value. Okay. Now the problem is this might happen many times during compilation and that'll change timing and blah, 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 but okay. Yes. So you see, here we go. It happened many times, but it still is fine because this still happened. So the value was 1 when we hit that point, and then it came back to 0 after that. So like, it's not a race condition in a 1 or 2 line kind of a way. It's a bigger thing in that, like, bruh, we're exiting while this hasn't happened yet. Yeah. So here's what we could do. Actually, we can put this back up here where we had it. And we'll say okay. Print F. F to pay respects. Count to 0. Wait, so something gets added. Something gets added after we decide to exit. Probably. Okay, you know what? Sometimes I don't look at the code enough, and that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting right now, is like, okay, how are we exiting here? So we're just going to do some little things here. And okay. Oh my God. So that's not like the outermost loop. And the debug breakpoints were screwing up the timing so much it didn't happen anyway, which is not surprising. Okay, so hold on. Oh, right, because there's the preload as well. So we say do compilation cycle. Right, there's so many things. There's like the default metaprogram. And then this one has a metaprogram, right? Or no? What are we doing? No, this is just like a standalone. Okay, but there's still default metaprogramming. So we want workspace handle 2. Okay. So do compilation cycle actually, let's get rid of these again. So just running in the debugger, it like never happens actually. Yeah. Just timing is different. Okay. I'm making the mistake of looking in chat right now. Whenever I see the word bottom, I start getting worried. Stop looking. Do we use a different calling convention than C? Yes. You should not use the C calling convention in 2021. Y'all cannot see this, but at times like right now when I want some extra brain power, I get the sun chips and the power of the sun. Do you have immutable data type? What is an immutable data type? Oh, is Casey streaming satisfactory right now? Yeah, he was scaling up our nuclear power plant to like large scale. These sun chips are the cheddar cheese ones. I like the spicy ones better, but I ate them all. Can you have optimized tail calls? No, fuck you. Tail calls Don't even bother me with that shit. Nothing personal, but all you optimized tail call people can go program in small talk. Like, seriously, learn how computers work. You know what I'm saying? Learn what you are programming on. Can you have go-to? Probably eventually. It's just not in yet because I don't use it that much. Like, seriously, in like 1993, when I was still kind of a functional language enthusiast, I thought continuations were cool and optimized tail calls were a really good idea. It's 30 years later, functional languages have failed to deliver on every single one of their promises. Okay? Every single thing that people say about functional languages now, about the hope for what they will be, is the same things people were saying in the 1990s. At some point, you have to like realize, wait, we're writing checks for 30 years that we haven't cashed. Maybe we're completely insolvent, right? Meanwhile, people not programming in functional languages do cool shit like, Doom and whatever. So at some point, you have to question these things. I finally finished reading The Dream Machine, which is a good book. And toward the end of the book, they talk about the Xerox Alto, which is the thing that famously, according to legend, Steve Jobs stole to make the Macintosh. And like, it sounds kind of clear why the Alto failed. It was super expensive and super slow because the fact that everything was written in Smalltalk made it super fucking slow. Like, no, they also talk about how everyone was annoyed about how the Lisp machines were always slow. Like, all of these things have been slow and annoying and not delivered on their promises for their entire history. Like, at some point, call it. At some point, call it. But no, I'm still using Emacs. And when I delete a line in Emacs, frequent users to the stream will know this, but let me go to this file that I've, that I work on frequently. It's a 13,000 line file. Let's go down up toward the top, right? Or maybe it's the bottom. Where is it? I forget now. Like, oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm going to paste this line back in. And you can hear when I press the key versus when it appears on the screen. All right, ready? Ready? It's like a third of a second. And that's actually pretty fast compared to how it is usually. Like sometimes it's like almost 1 second. I'm not sure why it's going faster right now. Let's maybe go to the middle of it. Oh my God, did you see that? Listen to when I page versus when it changes. See, every once in a while, like if it's cached, it's fast, but like it's like almost half a second. On a 13,000 line text file, guys, this file is like 100K on a fucking year 2021 computer. Just call it at some point. It doesn't work. Hey man, you got to interpret all the eLisp. Exactly. Yes, that is exactly the problem. This isn't a rant about Emacs. It's a rant about the idea that, like, if you ask people, well, isn't Lisp totally useless in the real world? They'll say something like, oh, but Emacs uses it and lots of people use Emacs. And it's like, yes, and I wish I didn't because of the Lisp. Like, just coworker's Emacs got out of memory after using up 87 gigs. Yeah, well, you can't judge by anecdotes like that because you never know what extensions are in there and stuff. But I basically don't use very much. I use the C++ mode that ships with Emacs. That's about it. Yeah. Like, so however slow this is however slow it is for everybody. So like Casey had his stream a few weeks ago where he was making the case that speed matters, right? And he was using like iOS versus Android or something as the example, but it's becoming clear to me that there are so many examples through history of like systems that failed because they were supposed to be magical and feel wonderful, but they were super slow and laggy. Like Xerox Alto is one of those. Original Palm is one of those probably. Lisp machine is one of those. Like all these systems, like were actual kind of agonizing, and it's only through rose-colored glasses. Like Xerox Alto was on the one hand looked amazing for the time, but like they didn't quite connect the circuit all the way out to something that people can use or would enjoy using. And I mean, these things are all easier in hindsight, of course, but like, it's just the sensibility was wrong, right? Like how long do you want to wait for the fucking window to move? You know, like if they had just fixed it. I don't know. But I think if you wanted to do a version of that Casey talk that was just like, we went through history and found every instance of this, I think it would be quite compelling. I think you could find many, many, many examples. All right, let's maybe go back to actually figuring out this problem. So, as soon as I get my tea bottle open, there we go. The question is, what is the criterion that we are using to exit compilation, and why does it not match? Because I would have thought that we would be checking this other variable. Oh, I guess we were checking it, and then it's going back up. Oh, okay. The specific variable that we were printing before was a debug variable, which means the compiler is not using that for decision making anyway. Let me just validate my thesis by saying, here when we say count is 0, so we're saying, I want to restructure the things. So we're saying count is 0, but then we get debug async counter messages after that, and then we go back to 0, which means to me that we sent some stuff. So I actually want to oh, right. Okay. So this value is just what we're waiting to export, right? So once it's exported, right, there's a whole thing about like it's in the... See, I have to get back to where I was. So we're saying count, this is messages already sent. All right, so I just want to know fuck this fucking program, dude. It's still, I can't believe it's still does that. I mean, I guess I'm still using 2017, but at what point do you give up? Don't reformat my code, please. Why do I ever type into this thing? Ever. Why? How is Babby formed? Okay, we have a no check in there. So I just want to see if that goes up afterward. No, not that, not that. That. Count is 0. And then we get this message, but we don't say incrementing. Interesting. When I say count is 0, what is that again? Uh-oh, my tea is oversteeping. I forgot that I have a hot tea as well as my cold tea. It did say incrementing? No, it didn't. It said count is 0, so that's the messages that we're waiting for. Now, these are two different variables, though. So, like, but yeah, who decrements that? This is just complicated enough that like my brain doesn't want to do it today. Some days I have all the brain juice to do these things, and other days I don't. So, right, this is just our message that we were just looking at. Here, when we receive something, we say, hey, and that is inside a workspace mute. I don't know why it's in the workspace mutex. It probably shouldn't be, whatever. There are incrementing messages lower. Oh. You know, okay. There's a confounding factor here, which is, again, I think that's for the other frickin' workspace. Because, again, so I keep forgetting this because it's new, but default metaprogram is running, and that's workspace 1. So really for this incrementing and for this warning, value 0. We actually only want to print that fucking... Dude, I hate this program. Dude. Okay, so I think that's the right thing. No. Yes. Oh, because, okay, never mind. It's workspace 1. Wait, what's going on? Oh, because there is no regular meta program. Oh, so it is the default meta program. Right. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. So that actually maybe explains some things. This actually, you're right. So the fact that this stuff is still going down here, this is bad news bears down here. Like, this shouldn't... Actually, no, yes, it should. Wait, guys, I am stupid. Okay? Remember when I said I'm slow today? Okay. I had in my brain an antiquated idea where I was confusing two different things. What I was thinking in my head, and I get confused every single time I work on this stuff. What I was thinking in my head was like, oh, by the time we're out running our executable, then whatever meta programs we were running prior to outputting this executable had better be finished, which includes all messaging and all that stuff, which is true. But the debugging that I'm actually doing is on the meta program outside this one, which by definition will not be finished because we send messages to it after this with like, oh, this link phase succeeded or not. Like, that's by design. So actually it almost always should be this variable, depending on who owns that variable. But like, maybe I should name these variables. Like, every time I get this confused, I stop and think, okay, how can I prevent myself from being this confused next time, right? And one thing I can do is make these variable names much longer and more explanatory. So this thing, what messages? Is this messages that we sent that we're waiting for? Is it messages that we are holding and haven't yet replied? Like, what is it, right? Is this... Yeah. Now, I'm not sure why that's 1. Oh, yes, I am. Okay, so these are messages that we're sending outward to our meta program. Yeah, it's just, I get confused every time. Okay, absolutely, this is correct, and we shouldn't warn on it at all. What we want is like the inverse warning, which I'm not even sure. What we want is like when a meta program completes, any messages that other people were sending to it should have completed. And so maybe really this is, we're incrementing and decrementing this on the wrong place. Or we need one on the source and one on the target. But the problem is the user level meta program can always just frickin' exit anyway. I don't know. You know, I think I'm just going to disable this for now because it's not actually helpful. I don't think. Sometimes this is what debugging is like. It's just like I'm confused about everything. Okay, let me double check my theory. So this is, if this is what we are sending to the outer meta program, then almost certainly there would be something live here, right? Okay. Okay. So this gets incremented when we send a message. Yeah, okay, yeah. And then, wait, why are we seeing other things? Okay, messages. That's reading it. That's decrementing. Okay, so this is, yeah, this is on the sender. I, for some reason, didn't have a complete picture. Although I'm not sure that a longer variable name is gonna. So here's the problem. I have this mental model where the meta program starts. It's got a lower workspace number than whoever it creates. And it kind of has authority over and sits outside whoever it creates and whatever that thing does. But this counter goes the other way. This goes from the little guy to the big guy instead of from the big guy to the little guy, or big in terms of authority. Like meta programs are actually usually smaller than the target program, but it's size-wise, but they have more authority, right? So like, I keep getting confused in my own head in the direction of that arrow. It's paradoxically, the little guy is keeping the big guy from completing, but that's what you want. And that just confuses me. What if I say held by meta program receiver? Just something really complicated that makes me stop and think about it. Let's try that. Held by my meta program, or outer meta program. All right. So now, when I see that name, I would be like, wait, no, of course this doesn't make sense to check this here anyway. That is not a thing. What are you talking about? Because your outer meta program stays alive until after you're done. Now there is a time to check that though. Although I'm not sure if we wait. Okay, so there's a, let's go look at the phases so people could be less confused, because I'm just saying a bunch of abstract things right now. Okay, so here's So we say we're building source, now we're inferring, now we're building bytecode, now we're building the executable, now we're complete, right? So like this phase building executable, that's actually when we were doing this check before. That no messages were pending to the meta. Of course there would be a message. We probably just told it that we're building the executable. Right? Now, the thing that we don't want is those other messages. This is how this all happened. The thing that we don't want flying around is messages about there are messages that we only send at earlier phases in the compilation, like, hey, this code has been type checked and all that. And all that stuff is supposed to be done by definition before we get to building executable. And that's what we were trying to check on that you saw earlier. And the problem was we were checking this variable async actions completed, the definition of which has probably evolved over time, and which has now expanded, or maybe it always did and was just wrong, to include any active messages at all. And of course there's active messages. So that was the wrong thing to check. And then in trying to turn it into the right thing to check, I just got confused about all this stuff because I haven't worked on it in like a year, right? So in conclusion, the end. Okay. Now we have to make sure that I didn't like delete some frickin' thing that we actually want. Quite possible, especially with Visual Studio helping. All right, so basically that was a case where the warning itself was wrong, and it's been going out to people for like 25 betas or something. So I'm very happy to be done with that. Fixed the warning. Messages are still pending. Warning that would often happen at the end of compilation. Does it help think of it in terms of a stack? A little bit, but not really. Not really. I mean, it is functionally a stack because you can be a meta program for someone else, and then they could be a meta program for someone else and stuff. But it's kind of not really what it is. Okay. So that seems good that didn't crash. Can a meta program be its own meta program? No. No. That is not how it works. Okay. So, this is good. This is good. I still feel a little nervous because I was just adding a bunch of stuff and deleting it. But everything passed, so like, yeah, great. Okay, that's actually a relief, even though that was kind of a stupid festival of me not remembering things. It's a relief to have that fixed because that's like output that all the beta users see all the time. So it's good to get rid of it. Okay. I actually want to know about this tests regression byte order, although I have the feeling, I noticed this yesterday that this test was not running, and I was like, why? And when I tried to run it, it caused a size assertion. We did just fix a size assertion, so I'm hoping it's the same one. Let's see. Hey, yes. So, GG's. I like getting things for free. All right, this test is enabled. I kind of, after I said that, I was like, oh, I don't know if that's going to really be true, but it was. So now that new test is re-enabled, and yeah, that was the one. That was the one where we were returning instead of continuing in the function. It fixed user-reported problem and that problem. Which also means, though, this is sort of a hole in the process because I knew this was a problem at some point because it had been commented out here. And I guess I just meant to go back and fix it right away and then forgot, and it fell off my to-do list. And so I knew about this bug before it got reported to me and didn't handle it, which is a failure, but that's fine. I can only do so much. I mean, if that happened super frequently, it wouldn't be good. But if it happens once in a while, it's like, all right. All right. Do I think I'd find the error faster if I'd start with the regression angle? No. What regression angle? There's no, on that warning, there's no regression to it. It's like, that warning has been going off, I think, since the day I added it. It's just not in all programs. It like, I'm not sure about that, but like, it wasn't happening with the Sokoban program, but then it was happening with smaller, I don't know. Like, it's just not, I'm not a big fan of binary searching the code. Oh, wait. Tests, oh, it's byte code order. Okay, let's try that again. Come on. Warzone streams went. Warzone is super boring. I don't like it. It's super boring. If you would first try to fix the reported error instead of the random message. What? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. The message was the error. Like, the only clue that we had that anything was wrong was that message. If you're talking about the warning, not everything has completed or whatever that it was. Okay. Re-enable bytecode order test. Okay, that's actually great. You know, if I can just do this one more thing, this one might be hard, but that would be a good end to the stream. And then possibly then I ship the beta, because like this note that I have here is, it's kind of major and something that it could be disruptive. It probably helps the structure of things, but it could be disruptive. And I'd like rather ship the beta to the people first with these other fixes. Yeah. This one is actually pretty major right here. Apex streams, I don't know. I mean, Apex is not as boring as Warzone, but I'm not super into it. Although I will say, I do really like the newest map, the Olympus or whatever it's called. That's like a really well-made battle royale map. It's pretty impressive. It's just, I don't like Apex is not as bad as Overwatch in terms of running around like a spammy chicken at the end, but it kind of is. Like, I kind of want a game where like thinking and strategy like matters more. Okay, any more questions about the last couple bugs we fixed before I embark on this new one? Can I please unselect the text? It's so bright. I think that's kind of your personal problem. Why did the message stay there for so long? I just didn't want to fix it because it didn't appear to be breaking anything. So I just wanted to prioritize other problems. And, well, it turns out the reason that was the case is because it didn't actually indicate a real error. So, like I could have fixed it a long time ago, but then what would I have not fixed because I spent the time on that? Like, I don't know, right? This is all about prioritizing. Prioritization. There's no puzzle game out there recently. If anyone knows a puzzle game that's super good that I could play, that would be good. Okay. All right, we'll try that. There's no crypto quip. Does not exist. Okay, let's look at this one. This one might be a giant pain. Oh, actually, we want that one. Let's get rid of tagged union. All this stuff can go, right? Okay. Oof. Wait, what? What? Oh, hold on. Let's get rid of this even. Get rid of this. This. What? Okay, that's a different problem. It's related. Okay, so there's two cases of this. There's one where this is supposed to not work and another where it's supposed to work. And I think they're sort of the same problem. Let's do the one that's supposed to work. So this is supposed to not work because T is a float, and so it's expecting an array of float, and it's not getting one. So this is supposed to give a type mismatch error, but it doesn't if you don't put the string there, right? But if I do this, okay, that works. Now if I do this, I think it asserts right here. Oh, it's circular dependencies now. Interesting. So that's a changed behavior because it was asserting before. But I assume it's kind of related. Well, we'll just check it out. We'll just check it out. We don't even need basic here, right? Yeah. Okay. Space Chem. I played Space Chem like a really long time ago. Okay, so circular dependencies. Why? Why? Oh my God. What? Oh no. Sorry, I was looking at these. I need to look at these. This is fine. Output of 1. Data. Boom. It's a literal. So this literal is not ever getting a type. Oh, I bet I know why the behavior changed. There is something I changed this morning that might be relevant to this. So we've got this literal. So it like never got. Oh, you know what? I think we're constructing the correct literal. But then we don't go back. Okay, if I go here, This is something that I added today. So I could say, I could cowabunga this, and I suspect we will see that. No, we don't even get there. Okay, well, well, let's just find out. So this is a literal. It's in it's index 3 on this thing. Wait, why is our cursor 4, but our flattened index is 3? That confuses me. Hold on. Let's see if we can simplify the thing. Like if we do this, it'll probably work fine. Oh, right. Well, that's a different situation. Yes. That is also true. We can't do that. That's not legal. That's also not legal. Okay. Cowabunga driven development. It's a good strategy. Manufactoria and Silicon Zeros. Aren't those like programming games? There's some subset of programming games that I don't play because they're just like very beginning programming, and I just can't do that. Like Human Resource Machine and whatever, I just can't do it. It's like Zachtronics level programming games I could do. Like, let's have fun with beginner programming I can't do. Can't do it. Silicon Zeros is just logic gates. Okay, well, I'm thinking of the wrong thing then. Okay, so what do I do here? I could just... So the procedure is just going to have the call. The call is just going to have the things. So I don't understand. Okay, so this thing is index 3, but we're like past 3. Dude, it's so hard to find things in this interface. They could make this so much better. So, wait. We have an outer and an outer and an outer. Okay, that maybe explains some things. Okay, so we are stuck actually on this literal. Okay. This literal is already flattened in the thing. Oh, bro. I see. So this flattened within is 84A0 is the last 4 digits, right? We're going to find that if we go up from here, I think, right? So that's not it. That is it. Outer 84A0. Okay. So the deal is we had this procedure call here, and that just gets flattened out in dependency order. That's how we process things, okay? And then we did some stuff where we expanded or did some desugaring or whatever the hell. We can see where we did this in a second. And then we did some more stuff. And then eventually we're like, hey, we want a new version of this thing. Or we flattened this thing again. Because we need it to happen before something else. And the thing is, we assume that when we flatten something that already has flattened within set, that that's in a different compilation unit. And so we don't, there's like things that we don't do. But if it's the same compilation unit, then we obviously need to do it earlier than we thought we needed to do it. I'm a little curious as to how exactly this frickin' happened, though. Okay, so one expression, this flattened by line and file is not set. That's weird. So this is one before the last one. Okay, this is like for struct instantiation procedure call. And that's the ast polymorph. Okay, so that makes sense. The thing is, how are we getting a line number 0? Are those optional? No, they're not even optional. Like, how is that happening? Or is it happening there? Or is it somewhere else? It is somewhere else. Oh, it's got to be force infer. It's force infer. We do it queued. We make a flattened. Huh. I don't even know. Okay. How about we detect this a different way? So this has here it is. It says one expression. So we're going to say, we're going to look for this. Where is this again? Where is this again? Push and flatten. Okay. We're going to say we're going to look for this specific dude. Yeah, Visual Studio. I typed that because I totally didn't want a parenthesis there. Oh my goodness. Really? Where is this coming from? I should have known it wasn't coming from there because the file is... Who else says this? Oh, this fucking thing. Probably. Maybe not. Push flattened for single expression. Lol, 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 lol. That's where it is. Let's put a file and line number on there so that we don't have this confusion again. Hate this editor. Okay. All right, so we just put this here. Oh my God, listen to this. All right, ready? I'm going to paste. You can see how much longer after the sound that you see the paste. Let's undo. Undo is faster. Paste. Amazing editor, everybody. I'm sure that eLisp has guaranteed optimized tail recursion. All right, so what was I doing? Oh, yes. I was looking for, now that, well, here we go. This comes from line 10752. Okay, which I know where that is. Here we go. Yes, this is the place where we have an array literal, and it's waiting for a type binding. And then we do that. So we push it. Okay. We push it. We're supposed to be doing this. Okay, I nullify the type. It's a fixed array. Okay, wait. Okay, this is wrong. Pretty sure that needs to be that. We should check this on the tests before I go any further. But we probably say it did match and just kind of fall through. And then we yield. So I guess the problem is this is supposed to set things up so that the array literal is ready to be inferred. We're clearing out the type. And then when we visit it again, we're not supposed to yield, but we are. So that's interesting. Okay, before we go look into that, let's just run all the frickin' tests. Dang it. What did I screw up? Oh, okay, I see. This isn't a general check that types match. Oh, frickin' no, dude. Like, I literally just wrote that code within the past 2 weeks. Okay. Good thing we ran that test. Okay. So then the question is, why is this happening? So we could probably just set a breakpoint there and it only gets hit once, right? Let's find out. So I'm going to set a breakpoint here. We're just going to run. We should hit it. Do we have other? Let me get rid of that. Okay, so we're here. If I F5, we probably don't come back here. Yeah, and then we hit the circular dependency. So that's fine. This is all expected. So now we go in here and we push and flatten the statements in order. And then we set the type. This is weird. Okay, so I guess that does finish. Because that's not what we see on the top when we get our... So the question for me is, why then... So this has a resolved element type, which is what was supplied by that type match. So this should be pretty okay. So we're clearing out. So this is going to be unary literal. Yeah. So we're clearing that because it's not unary literal anymore, and we need to reinfer it. Okay. So now here. I'm just going to put a breakpoint here. Right there. Okay. It's a literal. It's an array literal. This is all as expected. That's actually the problem. But it's polymorphic. Why? Why is it polymorphic? Is that a legit thing? Or not? I suspect it is not legit. I suspect we should leave the type as unary literal. And return true in this case. So if I go back to where this is happening, oh, this is taking time. Come on. Come on. Go. Go. Go, 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 go. All right. Oh, we don't want that. That's why. Infer type for array literal part 2. Okay. So here, I guess what we're saying is wanted array element type is polymorphic. Yes. So we don't want to do any of this in this case, but we do want to do this. I mean, I guess we could do this. Let me... okay. So... this polymorphic array dimension part, we only want to do if we're successfully... No, no, we need to do that anyway. Okay, so... I think this is independent. All right. So array element type, which we're gonna we type down here. So if now I'm skipping over one other case. Why can I not? My brain doesn't brain today. Okay. This is like even more complicated, but yeah. Now I might have actually broken something. Who wants info? 10772. Info. We're using that here. Anyway. Okay, this is just on this. Okay. That is a different problem. Maybe the same problem. Let's see if we broke other things, which the probability is actually kind of high. Come on, no. I just want to run the tests. That's all I want. Yeah, I do have temporary, I hope it's temporary brain deficiency. If it's more serious than that, then I don't know. Okay, so far, seems like I didn't break anything, except I actually feel like there is something. I feel like I probably broke this thing that you saw me demonstrate a few minutes ago. Nope. Oh, that's great. What is going on? Okay. So, is this a different problem, or is this the same problem in a different way? Here's the thing. I want to turn back on the cowabunga because I think we'll see it now. Maybe we won't. Maybe we will. We do not. Interesting. Okay, so the weird thing is we're making a struct. Like I just said, hey, don't harden this literal. And so now somehow we're making a struct with an unhardened literal. And like, that's not, like it's supposed to get fixed in post. It's supposed to get fixed where that cowabunga is. All right. I kind of don't want to work on this anymore for a while. I kind of want to take a break. The reason why is the following. The thing that makes this complicated is that we're doing this yield. We're not in the right file. We're like setting some stuff up. We're doing this yield and all this stuff, right? My other note on my to-do list is like, hey, can we get rid of all these frickin' yields that are making everything complicated? So maybe I should keep trying to solve this. Maybe I should just make it all simpler, you know? And then I don't have to work as hard to solve it. On the other hand, people are going to do this. So I want to make it work soon. But maybe I just ship this beta with all this good stuff in it. And then I just work on this. And then if this fails, I could do this. Is this coming from the same place where we moved the iterator that was tracking the casting? No. A different place. Yeah, you know what? Rather than bang my head against this more, I am going to table it. I'm going to say, warning, there are still some known bugs involved in passing anonymous structs or array literals in this kind of post-checked configuration. These will be fixed in a future video. I'm just going to tell people that that's a problem that we know and we're handling. But I want to ship them the good things first, and I don't want to revert because we made some good changes. Fix in progress. When we enable this check, we end up trying to use an actual unsized array literal, probably unary literal typed. That's bad. I am not sure why the post check is not, but it could be that the old array and new array are both in the flattened. You know what? Let's actually check this. Let's check this before we wreck this. So 10753. Do we ever even get inside here? Yes. Okay, so this literal is line 7. Okay, so we are hardening one of them, but not the other one. Right? Okay, so if I go here, we actually should get here twice, one when we do harden and one when we don't. Right, so line 7, skip. Line 7, skip. Oh, well, at least 2. Wait, what? Okay. This is probably yielding outside and causing us to check multiple times. Anyway, the point being, there are ones when we don't. Actually, let me see if it's the same literal all the time. Literal S. Literal S. 185, 185, 185, 185. Oh. Wait, what? Now I don't get it. I guess maybe prior to the final one being solidified, we built a struct, right? We built a struct with the thing set to unary literal. No, we shouldn't have. We shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's make sure that that's actually what it is. argdefen. interp type def unary. We have one up there. CD8, yes. Okay. It's CD8. And this arg is going to be B. We're working on B. Decal identifier name. B. Okay, yes. So I understand what is happening. I kind of don't understand. Oh, assert size. Let me try a stupid half. Because this assert size checks for poly use specifically and doesn't assert. So. I'm not very happy with that solution, and it's going to have to change probably, but you know what? Nope. That was not good. Although it might be the same problem. Yeah. Yeah, because I didn't change it in the actual struct. Let's maybe do that. That would happen with unary dereference and all that, wouldn't it? See, I kind of don't want to add this because it could mask errors later. But I don't. Like the question is, do I do this or do I go take out the other thing? Let me just see if this will work. From okay. Is that the only call? Yeah, okay. So we can scrub this. No. Just going to no check in all this. for now. Just gonna map it right there, dude. Oh. Still didn't frickin' matter. Okay. We definitely did that. In a number of places. Oh, wait. We didn't want that. We wanted this. Didn't fire. Dude, I hate this UI. It's so gimpy. All right, so all right. Okay, so what is this declaration? It's a literal. Right. It's the type of it. Okay. We we rebound the expression in the constants block, but we didn't change the inferred type of the declaration. Okay, hold on. This is just expr. All sorts of bad things we're not supposed to do. That fixed the problem. Okay. It's not a good fix. It is not a good fix. However, You go to Iraq with the fix you have, not the fix you wish you had. And like I said, I can reinvestigate that. It was a question of whether I give up on this for now and reinvestigate it after restructuring that thing, or shipping a fix and then also reinvestigating. So the latter is better. That's why I wanted to keep grinding on it and not giving up. Is there going to be an indie game in the movie too? I have no idea. You have to ask the filmmakers of that movie. Braid anniversary BTS stuff. I don't know what BTS means. But if you mean like commentary and stuff, we would consider something like that for The Witness, but not for a while yet. Still a little early. I mean, isn't BTS like a Korean pop group? Yes. Okay. So here's what we could do. We're going to ship this, but with reservations. Okay. So instead of doing all this stuff, we're simply going to do this. And we're going to see if this works. So if it does, then then we will actually frickin' ship it for at least a couple betas, but we will whoa. Expert is a whole different. See, this is the danger. Danger, Will Robinson. Okay. See, this is like, I don't want to shadow that other variable in this case. This is kind of a dangerous situation. All right, they're going to just run this again. It's fine. So we're just doing this globally across everything except just for B, and not just for B, and not just for unary literal, which is actually a little bit more of a theoretically sound thing to do. It's just we also shouldn't have to do it. Why didn't we get this cowabunga, right? I kind of want to see that one happening. But I don't. That's okay. Because I was like, what would cause these to be different? Well, when we go back and change it later, it seems like this would be the thing that causes the problem, but it is not. Okay, so waiting matching and reloaded this problem at dude, I can't type. It's really interesting. Some days when my brain is tired like today, like I just type really garbage. I'm a trash typer. Change the type later. So here we clean it up in post, but this is messy and gross. And also, well, yeah. Okay, so I can also mark that, oh, hold on. There's a few other things we want to do. We want to go here and we want to say here, okay, we want to do, what the hell just happened? Okay, so we want to do that. And then also though, here we want to say, because explaining all this is not that helpful, but you could say a repro case can be found in tests regression polyunary literal. That's where we're going to put it. See, because then you can just go run that. And when you have a theory, this is actually kind of important, right? If you want to be able to do complicated software, like I could sort of explain, oh, here's the problem. But then later, if I actually want to go clean this up, like this just isn't here just to make me feel good. It's like I actually want to clean this up later and solve it in a better way. To do that, having code that reproduces the problem is very valuable. Otherwise, I could sit here for like an hour and not have any idea what the problem was and then just go away and be sad. So what I'm going to do is just go here and we're going to go test regression polyunary literal. And we're going to say, see this. All right. And then we're going to do this. Okay. That's all. Very, very simple. Okay. So at that point, now I feel comfortable checking this in for now. I don't like it, but it's fixing the problem in the short term, and that's kind of all we need. And longer term, like I said, I want to question the structure of the code that's generating this problem anyway, and change it if possible to something that won't generate the problem anyway. But I don't know if that's going to be possible because it's a relatively complex thing to think about. So I just want to orthogonalize the problem by like solving this for some definition of solving, checking that in, having it be under control, having the users not run into this problem, and then we can go look at the structure of the code and say, hey, can we do this better in a way that doesn't require this kind of Band-Aid later on? You have a playable prototype for a line drawing puzzle game. Takes inspiration from Not Tables and The Witness. Mind if you post a download link? As long as it doesn't have viruses that will kill everybody. Oh, I missed the raid, everybody. Hi. Sorry. I was telling people about what's going on. There's also someone skidding around outside. Somewhat seriously, someone is like doing a big donut down in the road. That's, yeah. That's great. How did the game jamming go? Do you have a 24-hour game or 48 hour? 48 hour? How many hours is it? 49 hours, 50 hours? At least 1 hour? Okay. Okay. Do we save these repro cases for games? No, they're not very useful for games. Yeah, like different kinds of projects just has different techniques that are the most useful on them. Okay, so with that, I think this is everything we need to ship the beta. I'm going to move this to the to-do. I'm going to delete this warning because there aren't known bugs currently with that, although I'm sure there are some. And then this is enough value to give to the people. And people who aren't having problems don't have to download this particular beta, etc. So let me update this information. And we build and we run tests again and then we check it in. 72. That's so many hours. Just think about how much you could do in 72 hours. You could fly around the world like many times. How hard could it be to make a game in 72 hours? That's got to be just like fucking easy, right? Do I have no check-ins? Maybe. Nope. In 72 hours, you could eat so much chocolate cake. All right? Think about that. Think about if you just had a room full of chocolate cakes. All right. In 72 hours, You could watch a lot of movies. I know because I've done that. You could watch easily 24 movies in 72 hours, right? Um, and still get plenty of sleep. "24 movies and be fully rested." That's like almost all the Transformers movies. All right, I'm going to update and build the Linux binary over here. You could go to the in 72 hours. You could go to the shooting range and shoot so many bullets. You would just pulverize like a million paper target, not a million, but a lot. In 72 hours, you could play like 4 raids and escape from Tarkov by the time you got through the loading and waiting for players and stuff. I'm fixing there's sometimes Clang is more picky about some things. No matching function for call to run. Oh, fuck you. Dude, C++ is so annoying with regard to const and non-const now. It's just like, bleh. You could like mine 0.0000001 Bitcoin. I know, man. I know. Okay. So now I am compiling and running the tests on Linux, which I run once for LLVM backend and once for x64 backend. LLVM backend is going. It has passed. Let's do x64. It is going. It has passed. Okay. Update Linux binary period. Okay. Great. Now, got to update to get that binary, and then I got to copy this one over because, like, build server is not making them right now. All right. So, oh, remember what I was saying about modules? Let's check the modules. Let's look for unversioned files in the modules. Mod. Dummy. That's one. Let me check the... Yeah, we copy everything and then just delete some. So like foo module. Like I've been shipping that to beta users. You're welcome. Oh no, maybe we're not because we SVN export it, right? Yeah, okay, never mind. It's not a worry. Let's make sure I didn't break something, but now when you SVN export, you make a new copy that doesn't contain any of the non-checked in files. Okay. So, yeah. Huge success. All right, I'll fire this up. That's done. So we're going to fire it off. Loop it. Loop it. This is beta 57. Why is Windows so bad? And now we go through our high security file transfer process. We put the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again. We tell the beta users Okay. That is a good value that is being sent to the people. Let me double check. I know you still can't see anything. It's okay. It's okay. File is uploaded and sent. Okay. Great. Well, I can now turn my screen back on. How often do we expand the beta user list? It depends. We haven't really added anyone in like a week and a half or 2 weeks, but you know, once in a while. Well, that was a successful stream. We have given the beta users more things. And yet everything is not. Our work is not done, but it's done on the compiler enough for today. This first one is a very major change. That is a little bit scary. It could break people's programs in some way. It could be doing something real wrong. We're going to have to think about that. And then everything else is helps and bug fixes and stuff. You want to do web stuff, web app SaaS things. What would be your thought process in choosing a language to begin doing this? It doesn't matter. That's the least important decision you can make. Well, actually, no, that's not true because so many languages are bad. I don't know. Like, the thing to do is to learn how to program well. Now, I would tell you, if you want to learn how to program well, don't try to do it in the web world because not everybody, but most web programmers are bad programmers. That's just factual. But if that's the domain that you're really interested in, then I'm not sure. Like, I would say learn how to program outside that domain and then bring what you know into it. Why do some people not like a language to have pointers? Because they observe correctly that you can mess up memory with pointers. Can you $$ return values? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I mean, picking up bad habits is part of it, but it's worse than that. It's like, I don't know how to describe the problem. Computers are really amazing and really interesting, but people in the web world don't even understand what good programmers understood by 1965 about computers and what they can do. And so they keep inventing things that they think are new and cool that are all things people had thought of before 1965. But the web version is way more complicated and way less robust and garbagey, right? It's like, it's not where the best programmers hang out, honestly. Like, The one benefit you get from JS is that your whole program runs on save in 400 milliseconds is a long time. How will the web get better if no good programmers go into it? Well, it's fine to be a good programmer and go into it. You just have to become a good programmer first, which is going to be hard. Like if you learn how to program at a web company, your chances are very low of becoming a good programmer. Like that's just true. So I don't know. I personally think the web has to be completely rebuilt from scratch. But, you know, if you wanted to try to incrementally improve it, that's okay. Any books other than Corman that I don't know who Corman is. Someone who wants to really learn how to program. I mean, Hacker's Delight is pretty okay. Knuth's The Art of Computer Programming is pretty okay. R.W. Hamming's The Art of Doing Science and Engineering is pretty okay. Well, everybody, I think it's time for me to end the stream and take a break. It's been about 4.5 hours. Do I think a lot of web apps today should be native? Probably yes. Like, if our operating systems were not so bad, that would not be a weird idea. But what would it mean to auto-bake a return value? Like, I don't even know what the point of that would be. Because if you know the return value, why are you running the function? Like, it just doesn't quite... I mean, I guess you could say it's sort of like when you're baking certain arguments, you like reduce some number of computations, but like... It doesn't work that way. Like, you would need causality to flow backwards for that to work. If every argument is baked, can't the whole procedure be eliminated? Not necessarily. There are plenty of zero argument procedures that do things. Opinions on how much money to put in a cup of tea. It depends on what tea. I normally don't put any honey in tea, but sometimes if you have some Earl Grey with some honey, it's all good. Join Casey playing one time. I can't. I just got really sick of the game. Satisfactory is very, very empty in a certain way. And it's just, they've been working on it such a long time and it's still kind of empty. Now there are other ways in which it's not empty, but like, I kind of don't see the point anymore. Am I going to play It Takes Two? No. No. When I say rebuild the web, do I mean throughout the TCP/IP part of it as well? Well, those things are orthogonal, okay? So I don't think it matters very much whether you get your web page via TCP or via some other protocol. It matters a little bit, but like, I think the web part of the web should be able to interoperate with whatever that is. It's still a work in progress. Yeah, but they gave it to me to play with their names on it, you know? And they had plenty of money from Goat Simulator, so it's not because they didn't have money. I don't know. I mean, I had fun with it early game. It's just it's so not done conceptually. And they're focusing on making exploration more interesting, which you think I agree. That is one of several things that the game needs, is to make exploration more interesting. But if they actually did that, that would be pretty cool. Valheim and other games they made too. Wait, what? No, it's not the same developers as Valheim, is it? No. What was she talking about? They published Valheim, I see. Well, that's cool. I'm going to see if Casey's server is here. I can go look at what he's doing. It's cool that the invites are persistent. Let's see if it actually works, though. Doesn't look like it's working. He just ended. All right, well, rip. He's probably like saving the file or something right now. Oh well. I tried. All right. Well, that was satisfactory, everybody. Let's go see if we can raid somebody. What is going on in the world of science and technology? Oh, there's going to be a bunch of game jam people not working on their real games. Raid Philip Trudeau.
Bada bing, bada boom. What does that mean? Okay.
I mean, I just see some GitLab stuff. Not a single person jamming from a hot tub, I know. It's real bad. All right, well, I gave it a try. There's nothing happening. All right, thanks everybody, and I will see you later on. Good evening. Goodbye.